The reason why they are agitating, the one that you can see clearly is on this issue of bad. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my birth, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners All of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university, and my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that graded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were grading it. And Lagos, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I I think fashion, through evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. Whereas a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's a land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youth and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time though. This new government is in, they are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda, but everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education, where education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future, and I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key, but it takes time. I think the Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life, let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid. It's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira, to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you were paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home. and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well, and I put things in perspective, and I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be beholden to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera, but they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they've Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have choral player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I'd like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows, and it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry, and we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood, there's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles, and I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey in 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we were audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tim Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verification, and consistency. But there's one man who graciously combines these virtues. The name Tony comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother who is 7 years older than me, we don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merge because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that the same level of service across board. Customers are standard trade that were used to a certain level of service delivery. You will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not just a businessman, to me, because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks, and so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started, and we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh car. So there were processes in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark shoes, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. from Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 26. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, their first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana,
Zimbabwe,
Sudan,
Rwanda,
Gabon,
Uganda,
Senegal.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of African capitalism an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My workout is, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planning.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side, so in that process, I was also growing the family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
For entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused. Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree.
In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilobunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news update here on Sickness Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. Nigeria's finance and insurance sector recorded a real-time growth of 16.13% in the second quarter of 2025, marking one of the strongest performances in recent years. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows this expansion was significantly higher than the same period in 2024 and reflects renewed momentum across banking, insurance, and financial services. The sector contributed 3.23% to Nigeria's gross domestic product in second quarter, up from 2.89% in the previous year, underscoring its increasing role in supporting national growth. While financial institutions remained dominant, accounting for nearly 88% of output, the insurance industry also strengthened, highlighting ongoing efforts to deepen financial inclusion and expand risk coverage for households and businesses. Experts say the impressive year-on-year growth reflects the positive impact of digital adoption, wider credit access, and stronger consumer participation. Although quarter-on-quarter output dipped slightly due to market adjustments, the sector's long-term resilience positions it as a key driver of Nigeria's economic diversification agenda and a foundation for more inclusive growth. The Abia State government has commissioned a modern material testing laboratory in Umuahia to enhance quality control and ensure safer delivery of construction and engineering works across the state. The initiative, announced by the Commissioner for Information, OK Kano, is part of the Governor Alex Oti's wider reforms to improve infrastructure standards and reduce risks of building collapse. The facility, relocated within the Umuahia Capital Development Authority complex, is equipped to test soil, concrete, aggregate, steel reinforcement, asphalt pavement, and other key construction inputs. According to the state government, these tests will help detect substandard materials, promote durability, and boost investor and public confidence in infrastructure projects. Alongside the laboratory, the government is rolling out wider development measures, including the revitalization of Abia hotels, the launch of Tech-Rise ICT training for 850 young people, construction of new prototype markets in local councils, and the activation of 25 primary healthcare centers. This combined effort underlines the state's commitment to safer infrastructure, youth empowerment, and inclusive economic growth. Moving on, the Corporate Affairs Commission has announced plans to deploy an artificial intelligence agent to address a backlog of 7,000 company registration applications. Registrar General Husseini Isaac Magaji explained at a stakeholders forum in Kano that the new system will strengthen compliance, registry, and consumer service operations, ensuring faster approvals and reducing service delays. He noted that the transition to the artificial intelligence-driven portal has been challenging as customers experience delays due to overwhelming application volumes. According to him, the Commission receives no fewer than 3,000 emails daily, and the artificial intelligence tool is being designed to process and redirect messages within a minute for quicker resolution. Magaji assured stakeholders that the Commission is actively working to stabilize the portal and improve customer experience. He emphasized that problems have been identified and corrective solutions are on the way, with the artificial intelligence system expected to streamline registration, manage inquiries more efficiently, and significantly improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria. And away from that, China is moving to position itself as custodian of foreign sovereign gold reserves in the strategic push to expand its influence in the global bullion market. According to people familiar with the matter, the People's Bank of China is leveraging the Shanghai Gold Exchange to encourage central banks of friendly nations to build and store gold within Chinese borders. The initiative, which has been on the way for months, is part of China's broader effort to consolidate its role as a dominant player in the international gold trade. At least one Southeast Asian country has already shown interest, highlighting the potential traction of the proposal. Discussions remain private, but they reflect China's ambition to secure deeper financial ties with allied economies. By offering storage for foreign reserves, China seeks to build credibility as a trusted gold hub while challenging the long-established dominance of Western vaults. If successful, the move could not only boost China's global clout, but also shift the balance of reserve management in the international financial system. And lastly, on the news, British export orders fell at the fastest pace in 5 months, reflecting weakening global demand amid ongoing trade tensions. According to provisional data from S&P Global's Purchasing Managers Index, the measure dropped to 51 in September from a one-year high of 53.5 in August. Although the reading stayed above the 50 threshold that signals growth, it fell short of the 53 expected by economists. Analysts linked the decline to slowing orders following the tariff measures announced earlier in the year by the United States President Donald Trump, which have weighed heavily on United Kingdom trade performance. The report signals growing pressure on British manufacturers already battling softer global conditions and heightened competition. The setback raises concerns about the resilience of export sector, which remains a key pillar for the country's economic recovery amid fragile domestic growth. And that's the news this afternoon. Many thanks for watching. Please do follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV. My name is Grace Komolafe, and coming up next is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Sook Enlightenment.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos. for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks, which was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imudu, and Abafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to bring back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore ideas and solutions shaping the future of our continent. For decades, the path to prosperity was clear. Go to the university, get a degree. But what if the engine of Africa's future isn't just in lecture halls, but in workshops, tech labs, and on the farm? Today, we are asking a vital question. Are we equipping our youth with the right skills for the future, or are we still building an education system for a world that no longer exists? I am Olumide Shokoya, welcoming you to Just Africa from the studios in Lagos. Of course, I'm not the only one doing it. Today, I have my co-anchor, Omevi Idolo. So glad to have you on Just Africa.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa, and to you, whatever the time is, from wherever you're watching from. And welcome to the show. I am Omevi Idolo. You asked a very vital question now.
Yes.
Are we really preparing our youth for the future? It's a big question. Because we had a guest sometime last week, and the guest said something that these days we have to look beyond certificates. We have to look beyond degrees. We have to look beyond that, because what is on ground right now, it's no longer certificate. Anybody can go anywhere and buy a paper and call it a certificate. Just print on it and that's it. But right now, looking at the way the world is going now, looking at Africa as it is now, we really have to go back to the workshop. We have to go back to the farm. We have to go back to the tech labs. We have to go back to anywhere we know we can get to if we really want to achieve what we want to achieve based on this conversation we're going to have. This, I know you've not dropped the conversation. That's why I'm not going ahead.
It's quite funny. When we were growing up, you must either be a doctor, a lawyer, an architect,
an engineer,
an accountant, a banker. That was it.
That's it.
No any other thing. So I remember when I was in secondary school, I think I flunked one of my exams, and my father threatened to take me to one of the mechanic close by, and that put some fear into me because I saw it as something dreaded, like a mechanic. I also remember when I used to draw and everything, and I was told that you see all those people painting outside. It's because they don't have a degree. That's why they're there. But then again, I now met another artist, a very well-renowned artist, and what he painted, what I saw, really inspired me. I also remember when I was in university, I was a fashion designer, whereby I sold clothes. I designed and sold clothes, and I was making money for myself. I was making a whole lot of money for myself. In fact, I won the award for the Entrepreneur of the Year back in school. So,
did you make this? Did you make what you were?
No. I stopped.
I think we need to take Olumide back to the...
Immediately I left school, I just wanted to make money, so I just wanted to get a job and everything and all that. And even in this media world, I remember it was not even what I read. It wasn't because I read mass communication, I got a job in a media house. It was the skills. I was good in production, editing. And that was the only reason why they hired me in my first place of work. The man said there was no space. So when he heard I could edit, he said, okay, we need that skill. We are short of that. They hired. So that was how I was able to work my way up. So the question now is, now coming back to 2025 or the present day, most parents now tell their children, learn one skill. Not because they see it as something important, but because of lack of employment. So that immediately he or she finishes school and cannot gain employment, he can make something for themselves.
And I think that's where we got it wrong.
That's where we got it
wrong. We cannot put vocational education or skill acquisition as plan B.
Plan B.
It has to be plan A. And until we get it right at that point, we will continue to get it wrong. Because we are making it a plan B, just as you said, the parents said, go and learn something, we don't know what the future holds. It now makes the children to be more reluctant in learning the skills. But if it is your plan A, you know that this thing I'm doing, it's what I want to make life with, is where I want to earn a living from. You will put all your might, and everything that requires you to excel with that skill, you will put it into it and you will become an expert in it. But here we are, turning it to plan B, just as you said, and there are still many children out there, many young people out there who still feel that the painter out there is painting because... I heard a story where a father was disciplining their child and said, if you don't sit up, you will end up being like is it the cleaner or something like that. So that is how far we have underrated skills acquisition in Africa generally. I feel that there is more that we can do than just saying, I want to go and learn carpentry. What do you want to do with it? Yesterday, I was speaking with SS1 these days. Before, I don't, in our days, you have to do all the subjects in SS1. That was what I did. Before, when you get to SS2, you now choose whether you want to be in the sciences, in the arts, or in the commercial. But these days, it's no longer like that. So the moment you finish from your junior secondary, the moment you are getting to SS1, you are choosing the department where you are. So this young girl was moving to the arts. And she said something, and she said, I am not doing visual art, I'm not doing tie and dye, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, but I'm doing digital something, which has to do with computer. And I said, why are you not doing tie and dye? He said, what do I need it for? And I said, that is even what you need the most. So, but both teachers and parents don't really make these children to see the importance of skills. So we just feel, like you said, certificate, become a lawyer, become a nurse. That's how we are.
Yes, it's quite interesting how, you know, things have gotten to this level.
Yeah.
But we have a special guest that we will be bringing inside the studio when we go on a short break. But, you know, before we go on a break, let me intimate you to what we have in store for you. Now, you see, when we talk about vocational training, we talk about vocational education. Vocational education in many parts of Africa is often perceived as the last resort, burdened by lack of funding, outdated curricula, and a disconnect from the real needs of modern job market. Now, this has created skills gaps. Businesses struggle to find employees with practical, job-ready abilities, while a large youth population remains unemployed or underemployed. Now, despite having formal qualifications. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we have a special guest. We will unpack this whole vocational education and see the benefits for Africa. We'll be right back. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Study Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event. It's designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop is never dies. That's the difference between Thor and Shango. Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards irresponsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged, and in some cases incentivized, to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Today's topic is Skills for Growth, Rethinking Vocational Education for Africa's Future. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Ovie Benitier. He is an architect and water solution expert. So glad to have you this afternoon on Just Africa. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's start. Let's dive straight into it. There's this perception that's always lingered that vocational education is a last resort. Most times for those who cannot get into the university or people who they feel their brain is not too sharp, to be educated. How do we even begin to dismantle this long-held stigma?
How truly tragic that the most fundamental requirement for the growth of any society is passed on to the dregs of society, what we consider the dregs of society. The engine room of every economy is vocation. Vocation. Now, this goes back to the beginning of times, right? Now, God called Moses and told him to build a tabernacle. And he said, I have put my spirit on Bezalel, who has skills to build the tabernacle. Now, let me tell you what vocational skills are about. Vocational skills are about standardization. Standardization. Every work that needs to be done needs its standards clearly defined. Simple standard. What's the height of the door? It's standard everywhere in the world. 7 feet. Now, I went to school in feet. Probably you didn't. 2.1 meters. Anywhere. Now, that standard is what vocation is about. So, it cannot be farmed out to people who are considered unintelligent. No, you just have a disintegrating society. Vocation is the bedrock of any society. Without vocation, and vocation can't be taught. Vocations are learned. Vocations are imparted. Now, God recognized Bezalel as a master craftsman. And then he said, I have also equipped ABC who will do and teach others. Because one craftsman dies and we're back to square one. So those trades must be passed on to the next generation. And that's what vocational training is about. Vocational training is not a classroom thing. No, it's not. No, but you see, vocation requires an active involvement of the mind. The vocational worker is a critical thinker. Is a critical thinker. And that thinking is honed by training.
So before we go into the business part, how would you compare the perception back in the 80s, 90s, and now? I mean, earlier on I said that now parents tell their children that learn a particular vocational skills, not because they are going to use it, but just in case you do not get employed after university, you have something you can fall back on. What's the perception like today?
So no, the perception has not been different over time, okay? You either went to formal school or you went to apprentice, right? We had vocational schools, but slowly, with the growing perception that education in a formal setting was the way to go, there's an organization called City and Guilds.
Yes.
City and Guilds is a British vocational, skills. They train and certify, right? Our government in Nigeria told City and Guilds to leave, that our people will go to university. We don't need them here. So government said vocational education should end. Everybody should go to university. And that has contributed in no small terms to the perception of everybody that if you can't go to university, go and acquire a skill. And who are you acquiring the skill from? You're acquiring it from somebody who was also an apprentice. No standards, no formalization of any kind. So you do in Southeast, it is called one boy. You go and serve somebody. In the Southwest, you go and submit yourself to a master who will grant you freedom.
Yes, freedom.
And all that. But what level of know-how does the master have that is passing on to, and you know how our perceptions are. If I teach him everything I know, he will take my customers. So there's a holdback of knowledge. Now, the first set of those practitioners were people who learned from the master craftsmen that helped to build things in Nigeria. If you go to Cathedral Church of Nigeria, just down the road here,
yes,
there isn't an error. The walls are straight. In the age when there weren't, equipment, men built things without errors because there were standards. Now, slowly, those people who build those things and work with our forebears passed on skills without holding back anything. But our forebears, by tradition, now decided to hold back certain things, and the knowledge level of each trainee, apprentice, continued to decline because informations were held back by their masters. And then when you have a lot of apprentices with you, you give them different assignments without focusing on the fact that these people are here to acquire the ability to your level. And then you should encourage them to go beyond your level. But no. So the question I ask when people ask me this question is, if your son were to tell you that, I don't want to go to university, I want to be a plumber, what would be your reaction? Now, the general reaction is, God forbid, right? But tell you what, I graduated architecture school in 1987 at 26. 2006, when I was 46, I trained as a plumber.
As a plumber?
Yes, I left Diamond Bank where I was working to train as a plumber. Today I'm a plumber.
How lucrative is this?
No. So you see, so the first conversation always goes to money.
Exactly.
Right? Look, no nation develops when its primary focus is money. The primary focus is about solving problems. I've been doing this now, 2006, 19 years, right? Now, everything is organic. So it starts small and then grows. As you practice, you become more proficient, and then you are able to get better paying opportunities. And then, yes, I've sent my children through school through plumbing.
Okay, sir. I love the fact that you talked about education, going to the university. But I also feel that is why we have the Polytechnic, actually. The Polytechnic are more into practical, into skills, than the university where you go and acquire a degree. Would you also say that the Polytechnic are not doing enough in transferring knowledge to their students?
They're not doing, for want of, not wanting to sound, condescending, nothing. Frankly, because I've had to interact with lecturers in different polytechnics. Look, vocations are not taught in classrooms, right? So it is people who do that can train the next generation. Practitioners, right? Now, outside our climb, vocational trainings are done not in formal settings as we want it to be, right? So you do theory, you do practicals. You do theory. Now, what's the end game of vocation? It's work. So how long should somebody be learning a vocation? Because you talk about polytechnic. So a polytechnic, a course in polytechnic is how many years? 2 years.
2 years.
Why would I spend 2 years of my life because I want to learn a vocation to? No, OND is 2 years. So why would I? See, you have to understand that the focus of vocation is getting people to start working. If you're spending 2 years in acquiring a skill, what skill do you use 2 years to acquire? What skill? None. Right? So, vocational skills, the theoretical aspect, the standard, and all that in vocations can be done in 2 weeks.
Okay. 2 weeks?
Wow.
Yes. And then, the next 3, 4, 6 months, depend on the proficiency of the person. He's on the field, honing the things he has heard, in class, honing those skills, and then, now, what must be ingrained in you in training? 1, ethics. Ethics. Time. Time is life. 8 a.m. is 8 a.m. Here we say, I'm coming in the morning. What does morning mean? Nothing. Nothing. Between 6 a.m. and 12 noon is morning. I'm coming at 8 a.m. You gave me time. I got here 30 minutes before. Right? Now, ethics. What is worth doing at all is worth doing well. Right? Now, once you have the mindset of let me quickly do it, you will not do a good job. Yeah. Right? Because you are going to have to cut corners. And examples are too many of jobs not done well because they were done in a hurry. Right? Now, if you cast concrete, for instance, you shouldn't trouble it for 21 days.
21 days.
21 days. Now, you start setting block on top of it after the day after you cast it. You see, these are things we think that following due process is time wasting. No, the cost of not following due process is far worse than following due process. So, vocational training in your mind, not my mind, in your mind is that it is for those who are not intelligent. But imagine for a second, right, that the person who put your television together did not go to university. It's a trade that he learned. The person who put your iPad together did not go to university. He acquired that vocation, right? So, those who do the work are thinking people, because he meets a problem on the road. Writing theory is easy, right? Now, putting it into practice is now the challenge. And that's what vocational training is about.
So where did the disconnect come from?
Yes.
The disconnect came from status symbol, right?
Okay.
Status symbol.
Okay.
Let me use my dad as an example, right? My dad's parents were itinerant. His father was an itinerant fisherman, fished different rivers. So they weren't staying in one place in particular. But my dad showed, academic, ability. So they were living in Lagos, and then they started school in Lagos, then they packed and went to Warri. And then after spending about 3-4 months, they were now planning to leave Warri. So the mom said, look, this movement is going to disrupt this boy's education. How do we keep him here so that he can? So they spoke to one of her relations, and the man said, I'm sorry, my compound is full with people already. I can't accommodate any other person. Now, my dad was standing by the window and hearing. So in the morning around 4 a.m., he woke up, swept the entire compound clean. When everybody woke up in the morning, he said, did witch come here? You know, that's what we say here. And said, no, I swept the whole place. What? You did all this? And that opened the door for him to stay because he had shown, you know, a desire to be a solution provider. That's who vocational people are. And he was among the first set of people that went to UI when UI was opened in 1948. What if he just went to one corner and said, okay, so we'll go to tomorrow again? He didn't take the initiative, right? So people who do vocation are people who take initiative. They run into a problem. I'm a plumber, for instance, right? So all my plans, all the instructions I get about running the pipe can go completely off book when I run into a pillar. So I now need to think of how to walk around the pillar. That's what vocations, that's what a vocation is. So we must understand that the engine room, this building, was built by artisans. It wasn't built by an architect. It wasn't built by an engineer. It wasn't built by any of those people, right? So in building this building, there were 5 architects. There were 20 engineers. There were 3,000 artisans. So who has the greater impact? Who has the greater impact? The artisan, right? Now, if you want to offload people because budget is low, who do you offload first? The unskilled worker, whose value is down there. Then you look at the skilled workers, and then you now come to ethics. Who comes on time? Who this? And then those are filters. Now, these are the things that we must recognize, right? You must understand that the vulcanizer is a vocation, right? Now, if you take your car to a vulcanizer and you tell him, inflate it, he will inflate it to 50. That's dangerous. But he doesn't know better because he hasn't gone through a training. Okay. I told one, put it on 33. He said, what is that? I only know 30 and 40. Do you understand? So this is what vocational training is about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Obi. But right now, in our secondary schools, the new curriculum is also bringing in vocational studies. Now, vocational studies right now, I don't want to focus on plumbing and the rest. We'll be doing agricultural science. We'll be doing home economics. We'll be doing metalwork, woodwork.
Intro-tech.
The whole thing.
All the time.
Yes.
But you also agree with me that some of these students have never been to the farm. And there is still food security, insecurity in the country. Now, bring it into school because we want the children to start learning early. Are we bringing in another theoretical work, vocational studies now, back to the classroom? Or we just want to create something else? Is this something that children can really learn from? Or is just another paperwork?
Okay, so the critical question is who will do the training? Okay. It's a fantastic thought to put it, in secondary school. In fact, I did a 3-week camp in Kuje in August, right? For secondary GS1 to SS3 students. Just introducing them to vocational, education and all that stuff. They were excited. But the point is, who is going to do the training? what is the curriculum? Is there a curriculum for each trade? Have trades been identified? Have industries been identified that these vocations are going to feed? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you can't train me to be a car AC technician, and then I sit down at home waiting for people to bring their cars for me to fix. No, it's not. Vocational education is not about solving the unemployment problem.
Okay.
No, it isn't. It is about having a workforce that builds that industries are waiting for, right? Okay, so we have farms, and we're still at hoe and cutlass level. When there are tractors, now state governments buy tractors. Those tractors work 6 months, then they start developing problems. Who is going to fix them? Now that's where vocational education comes in. You are training an army of mechanics who will be available to fix any machine that goes wrong. Okay, so the machines harvest the food and they go into a processing plant. The processing plant is an automation. It's machines, it's not hands, right? It's machines. So when those machines develop problems, who is going to fix them? Vocational education. So it is not about solving the unemployment problem. I learn whatever trade it is that I learn. Where am I going to use it? So critical question, who are the trainers, right? Has a program been put in place to raise an army of trainers that you are sending to the schools? Now, vocational education is theory, practical, right? Now, when you do your theory, where are you going to do your practical? Where? Because, see, and there are vocational schools built by state governments, federal government, scattered across the country. They're completely not in use.
True.
Empty. Where I did the camp in August, the facility there has 72-bed hostel. And it's been there for over 12 years, never been used one day. So who will train the people, right? Which industries are the people being trained going to receive them? These are the critical questions. What is the curriculum? How long? I do training. I train plumbers. I train electricians. I train tilers. You know, I have developed curricula for each of these trades. The curriculum is a 10-day program. And people are wondering, 10 days? Yes, because it's not rocket science. I'm not writing a paper and all that. What qualification do I need to learn any trade? Just know how to read and write. Why must you know how to read and write? So that you can go online, you can buy books, and get yourself current with current trends. So you move away from old trends to new trends. So who is doing the training? After being trained, who is waiting to receive them? Is there a curriculum for these things? Now, if the answer to these three things is not clearly defined, so I think you can answer your question yourself.
Thank you very much. Quite a powerful thought you made there. Now, you said which industry is going to receive them. we have started a policy in Nigeria, buy Nigeria first. What potential opportunity do you see here for people with skills, artisans, if we're going to encourage buy in Nigeria, locally made goods and products?
You must move away from the word artisan, because it has become a derogatory word. Right? So the artisan doesn't value himself. So he doesn't think that whether he does good or bad work, that it matters. Right? So, and it's not, it's a human thing. It's not localized to Nigeria. Now, if you want to do tiling, for instance, in Nigeria, you're unlikely to employ a Nigerian tiler. You're more likely to employ a tiler from Cotonou.
Why is this so?
Because they've been trained. They've gone through formal training. We have not gone through formal training. We apprentice under whoever, and then we carry our own toolbox. We have become masters of ourselves. Why? Because in his head, there are standards. In mixing the cement, there are standards. In spreading the cement, there are standards. All of these things have one end goal: a good job. A good job. So, the potential in Nigeria is immeasurable. Nigeria is such a rich country, blessed in every ramification. Natural resources. And the biggest natural resource you have is you and I. Yeah, human resource. We have the numbers. Right? Yes. So, if we are able to set up in the... Okay, let's take road building, for instance. Do you know why road constructions take as long as they take? There are no workers. There are people, but there are no workers. So they move workers from a road project in Lagos to Uyo. They work in Uyo for some time. They move them to Jalingo. Then 3 months later, they come back to Lagos. It's not because of money only. There's a scarcity of trained workmen that you give instructions to who will work to standards. So you refer to polytechnics. Polytechnics don't produce artisans. They don't produce vocational workers. They produce people who have oversight over the workmen. So their role is supervisory. So this is how it works in everything, right? You have the person who designs it. Somebody designed your suit, for instance, right?
Yes.
And then put it on paper, and then somebody will cut the cloth.
The cloth, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then somebody will sew it. Right? The person who designed it can't be everywhere to be sure that it is being done well. So he employs supervisors.
Yes.
That's the point. So you have the architect, right?
Yes.
And then or the designer. Then you have the next level supervisor, and then you have the person doing the work. Right? Now, this person at the top doesn't know what the person who is doing the work is. So it doesn't have an understanding of what he's supposed to do and how he's supposed to do it. There's trouble already. Then the supervisor that is paying money to oversee this man also has his knowledge of what this man should do. He can't tell the man, stop, what you are doing is wrong. See, that's where we are today. And the needs are just too many. My phone. They are phone repairers.
Yes.
I give my phone to a repairer because the screen, it fell down, the screen cracked. Change the screen. He changes it, it no longer rings. Right? What does it tell me? I'm sorry, sir. Right? Then he tries to fix that. He fixes it, and then I can't hear anything any longer when somebody is talking to me, except I put it on speakerphone.
Speaker, yes.
Why do we have that? It's because he didn't go through a formal training, which is why government saying, let's do vocational education. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. I agree. But you must lay the foundation. If the foundation is not strong, what will happen to the building?
To collapse.
To collapse.
Thank you very much. You are really shaking tables. We will go more on this, but let's quickly go on a short break. And when we come back, we continue. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish tools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1. Pick a project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture? Shelves? Decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, hand saw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprints. Sketch a project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time, wood, and costly mistakes. Let's move to step 3. Cut, build, finish. Measure twice, cut once. That's the golden rule. Then assemble carefully. Use wood glue and screws for strong joints. Once it's built, sand smooth and apply a finish, varnish, wax, or paint to protect and beautify. That rustic table or wine rack, it just went from workshop to showroom. Let's move ahead. Step 4. Sell like a pro. Now the magic part is turning your craft into cash. Who is your customer? Young couples, urban decorators, cafe owners. They love custom, handmade, and unique. Use social media to showcase your work. Instagram, Pinterest, and all of that are gold mines for visibility. You can add pricing, yes, delivery info, and behind-the-scene videos. Look, that's a great catch. You need to let people see your videos where you are doing your work uniquely. That's an addition and validation. Now, want more reach? Yes, attend fairs, pop-up shops, or sell via platforms that you know. A whole lot of them are out there. Let's move to step 5. Stand out to scale. Offer engraving, custom sized or eco-friendly finishes. Don't just sell a table, sell a story. Yes, you can see the emphasis. Sell a story, handcrafted in Ibadan or upcycled from reclaimed wood. People pay more when the product means more. Network with interior decorators, real estate agents, and even planners. Your one shelf may become a hotel's full order. But of course, no business is all smooth road. Power issues could happen, tool costs, and inconsistent wood supply can slow you down. Still, with skills, strategy, and smart marketing, woodworking can take you from small workshop to a big warehouse. So here is your takeaway. And don't forget to do your proper research, because this is only a heads up, a wake-up call that you can do it. Woodworking is not just craftsmanship, it's cashmanship. It's a business of creativity, precision, and pride. Whether you are making one stool a week or outfitting full apartments, this is a hustle that builds literally. This has been Cashcraft, and I am Grace Komolafe, reminding you that if life gives you timber, turn it into treasure. Until next time, build bold, build smart.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're talking vocational education, and we have a special guest here, Ovie Benite. Now, you mentioned something, all your thoughts, you've been mentioning one thing, standard, which brings me to this particular question. I heard, maybe you can hear me clarify this, that there's a particular skill. Most of this, okay, you said I should not call them artisans, skilled workers. Yeah. There's a particular skill they learn in undercutting, or how will I put it? Yeah, undercutting some of the things they buy. So when you call in a plumber or a carpenter to do a bed for you, and you negotiate the price, I heard there's a particular skill. There's a way they will inflate it to always favor them. But at the end of the day, even after you negotiate, the work is still substandard. Why is this so?
Okay, so nobody inflates anything, okay? I need you to understand that if you go to the market and you say that a nail is 5 naira, now, you need to understand that you have to pay him for going to buy the nail on your behalf. Okay. Now, so you say, no, the nail is 5 naira. Why are you charging me 6 naira?
Yeah.
So you say, no, I'm not paying 6 naira, I'm paying 5 naira. Now, you're not paying him for the work he does only. What does he spend to do your work primarily? Time. Yes. Okay. Time. Now, time is his only resource. Time is every human being's only resource. Now, that resource is enhanced by the value you have acquired as a worker. Souk News has employed you.
Yes.
What you give to Souk News, Souk TV, is your time. Now, the reason you earn more than somebody else here is your considered value on top of your time, right? So, what people need to understand is when an artisan is going to the market on your behalf, he's spending his time. You have to pay him for his time. You have to pay him for the knowledge of knowing the right thing to buy. Now, if I, for instance, if you are unwilling to pay me a markup on the items I'm going to buy on your behalf, go to the market yourself and buy them. Bring them, I will use them to do your work. This is where the notion of inflation of prices comes from. No. Why? The market is there. You can easily cross-check the price of these things, right? But you have to, that whole day or 2 days he spends on your behalf in buying those things, who is going to pay him for it? Who is going to pay him for it? Because he still has responsibilities that he needs to meet. He needs to earn. So if you are unwilling to pay him, he will say, okay, go buy them. I will take my time and go and earn money to meet my needs. But if you are willing to pay me, yes, that's income. So I go on your behalf. So there's no, everybody is interested in profits.
Yes.
Right? So this is not about profit yet. This is about paying for, is providing you with a service, which is hardly recognized in Nigeria. So artisans have been devalued in the eyes of everybody. So he must go home with money. So he comes to you and he negotiates for a job of 750,000. And you say, look, somebody else has agreed for 50,000. It's just that I like you. Now, when he billed you 750,000, his money from that 750,000 was saved 200,000, right? Now, when you insist on 550,000, he's going to say, well, okay, now, this. Okay, we'll go see what we'll go do. He will take the 550,000. His 200,000 take home is untouched. Completely untouched, right? So he goes to the market. He's now looking for any material that can fit into the 550. Remember, nobody is supervising him. Nobody is checking what he's bringing. Nobody is checking whether it's the right quality, because when you were negotiating, you weren't negotiating based on quality. You were just negotiating based on money. Money is nothing. Figures lie. Figures don't tell the truth. The quality of the material tells the difference. You go and buy a fabric in the market. In the market, there's a fabric of 25,000 per yard. 150,000 per yard is there in the market. 2,500 per yard is in the market. So you say, no, you must use the one of 150,000 to sew for something that you paid me 25,000 for. How is that workable? It's not workable. Then he buys the one of 1,500, and then before you walk down the road, it tears. He said, the man is a wicked man. No, it's not wicked. We don't value artisanal work as a people. So nobody wants to go into the industry. But the highest paying industry is artisanal work. Do you know that your bricklayer has built his house? Your carpenter has built his house. It doesn't matter to him where he's living, but he's free from landlord. Right? Now, do you know how many graduates have left formal work to come and train as plumbers? And today they work as plumbers.
Which brings me to my next question. Now, you said that at age 40, you decided to drop...
46.
46, you decided to drop your degree and go into plumbing.
I didn't drop my degree.
Okay.
See, as an architect, right, when I went into plumbing, I could see what the plumber cannot see. Because as an architect, I see the building. So I see how the pipes are running and the interplay between connecting the different rooms and everything. So it was an advantage to me because I already had... Now, formal education is very important. Let me at this point explain something that I try to explain to people. Primary education is the level where you are taught cognitive skills to recognize things, right? Numbers, reading, and all that, and then putting sentences together, and then you are slowly taught to recognize things. Then secondary education is where you begin to put these things to use, right?
Yes.
You start solving problems, right? But the problems that you are being asked to solve are predetermined problems.
Problems, yes.
Right? So nobody's asking you to go and do research or anything. You are given textbooks, you read the textbooks, you put them together, and then you're able to produce answer excellent. You have passed 100%. Now, do you know that mathematics is the easiest subject in pedagogy? Because it is only in mathematics that you can score 100%. Because it does not depend on the opinion of the teacher. 2 times 2 is 4.
There's always 4.
There's no... It's the simplest subject. But perception has taught people that it is very hard. It's the simplest subject, right? Now, when you finish secondary school, where you have been taught, how to do, small things, solve problems from first principles. Once you don't understand something from first principles, you can't do anything about it. Sure. Now, when you get to tertiary is where application comes in. Now, what do we consider to be tertiary education? We consider tertiary education to be university, polytechnic, college of education. The list is endless, right?
Yes.
But you know what? Tertiary education is where application happens. Tertiary education. Now, what is application? Application is doing. You find out how to, and then you do it. So you are given a topic in university, you go and find material to study, to read, and write a paper, right?
Yes.
Now, if you don't write a paper, you won't graduate, right? It's not, exams in universities are not simply the same way as they are in secondary school. Now, do you know that vocational education is tertiary education? Vocational, learning hairdressing is tertiary education because it is application. That's what tertiary education is. Now, as long as the mind has registered that tertiary education is about getting a certificate, I don't know when last I saw my certificate, right? Learning vulcanizing is tertiary. So your ability to read means you can go online and check, so what should be the pressure for a Jeep as against a car? So when a car owner comes and says, put it on 50, you say, no, Oga. If you put it on 50, the tire becomes very light and it can burst. If you have, on a very sunny day, the road is very hot, your tire is overinflated, it can burst your tire. Now, nobody at secondary school education level can. Do you understand? So, tertiary education is about acquiring the ability to solve problems, provide solutions. And the only reason you and I are here on planet Earth is to solve problems, provide solutions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Obi. Now,
Architect.
Obi.
Actually, Aki Plumber.
Aki Plumber, very good one.
Very nice title. Okay, so you've talked about human resources.
Yes.
That Africa, we have what it takes. We have the people.
Too much.
But you also agree with me that the people we're talking about don't even have interest in this. So now, what is the solution? How do we encourage young people to go into vocational training, not as plan B? And even parents don't want their children to go and learn any skills, or they just go and learn. So how do we change this? How do we go about it to ensure that they go for it?
Now, the focus on youth is on bearing. There are 40s, 50s, 60s doing nothing right now in this country. Now, see, societies are built on modeling, right? So you see the person ahead of you, how he's doing his things is how you begin to copy to do them, right? So we must begin to engage everybody. Now, I propose go on radio, National Orientation Agency.
Yes.
Right? Go on radio. Traditional rulers, what are they doing? When last did you hear from the Oba of Lagos? When last did you hear from the Oni of Ife? What initiatives are they driving in solving this? Look, the need for vocationally equipped people in Nigeria is humongous. The gap is too wide. Too wide. Now, we must begin. I watched a movie many years ago, Coming to America, Eddie Murphy. The rule in the kingdom is the heir to the throne cannot marry a foreigner. And then the son who was heir to the throne was sent to America to school. He fell in love in America with an American woman.
Yes.
So it says he wants to marry. The king said, okay, Alpha, it's not possible. Why is it not possible? He said, that is our tradition. And then the queen said to the king, who makes tradition? See, yes. The king makes tradition. True. So if you
are the king,
that's it, tradition. So we must very vigorously own up to the fact that, one, we don't have industries. We don't have industries. Why? Because there are no people to run the machines. Why don't we have power? We don't have power because there aren't the people to build the things. I went to NLNG in Bonny.
Yes.
That plant is Nigeria's largest revenue generator. Do you know that the pipes that carry the gas, those pipes are they are brushed, steel brushes, and painted regularly. They have a vast army of people who do that work. Do you know that those people didn't get employed until they went through formal training and certified according to the standard for painting pipe? Painting pipe. And if you know what they earn for painting pipe, you would drop your suit here and fly to Bonny immediately. Look, leadership must take ownership of changing the mindset. I'll give you an example, right? Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, when he became prime minister, he said on national television, no man should marry a woman who has not gone to university. And I'm not saying this because it is to discriminate against women. No, it is to encourage women to go to school. Now, why must women go to school? Because when the children come home from school and need to do homework, who is at home? The mother. So they ask the mother a question. 2 times 2. Are you all right? Get away from here. Now, what have we encouraged as a people? We have killed in Africa. Okay, let me say in Nigeria. We have killed the desire of our children to be inquisitive. We have killed the desire in our children to ask questions. Because I don't know the answer to the question. Why should you be asking me? So when he asks me a question, I give him a knock on the head. When he asks me the following day, I slap him. And slowly, you kill. So, people in leadership must take ownership of this problem, right? Now, putting vocational education on the board for secondary schools is fantastic, right? But deeper thoughts on implementation, and one of the pivotal legs is engage traditional rulers down to the ballet level, to tell people, go and learn a vocation. Go and learn a vocation. Not because you cannot go to university, but look around you. How many people who have gone to university are actually gainfully employed? University is not for everybody, right? Vocations, I can list vocations. The oil and gas, do you know, for instance, that a deep sea welders are scarce all over the world. So if you're a deep sea welder, for instance, certified, they will call you from Dubai. When deep sea welders don't do more than 2 or 3 jobs in a year. They call you, we have a job for you in Malaysia. That job is coming up in the next 1 month. They bring you to Lagos or Abuja, put you in a hotel while processing your visa. You won't get involved in any of those things. See, when you can solve problems, people will look for you.
Yes.
It's not your certificate that people are looking for. It's your ability to solve problems. I'll give you one last example. This very wealthy man here in Lagos had smell. Each time they flush the toilet, smell will come in through the air conditioner. And he was beginning to have serious problems domestically with his wife. I called people and nobody could solve the problem. Till he met somebody who said, Oga, 150K, I'll solve your problem. 150K, how? Please, you know, because of our relationship, he paid 120K to solve that problem. Guess how much it cost him to do the job? Guess, just hazard a guess.
50?
He didn't spend 2,000.
Really?
That's what your ability to solve problems gives you. We have too many people who are themselves problems, who are an army of problem solvers, waiting to be energized, waiting to be, put on the line. So traditional rulers must begin to talk about people going to vocational, and the curriculum is not a cumbersome curriculum. It's not a, why, if I want to be a plumber, why should I study chemistry? Of what use is it to me?
Okay. Oh, all right, so I love that question, really. I want to be a plumber. Why you study chemistry? But you talked about, you've hinted on it again and again and again, formal training.
Yes.
Formal training.
Critical.
Are there training centers in Nigeria, in Africa, where people can be, we're not talking about polytechnics right now, we're talking about formal training centers where these people can train properly. You don't need to go to Cotonou to get a tiler to do a perfect job. Because before you know it, Nigerians will start going to Cotonou to go and learn how to, or to go to a formal school. They don't
even want, see.
Yeah, so do we have training centers?
Yes, there are training centers, right? They are
functional.
Yes, they are. But they are true. They are a drop in the mighty ocean called Nigeria. Like I told you, what we need is an army of trainers. It's a national policy. Like the Lee Kuan Yew example I gave you, right? It's a national policy. You want to get trainers in carpentry. Call in all the carpenters in Nigeria. Sieve them. Sieve them. Because not everybody can train, right? Sieve them. Get 5,000. 5,000. Put them through a rigorous training program. Training the trainers.
Yeah.
Put those 5 people in each trade. Under Fashola, we were to go to Malaysia for a training the trainers program. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Under Fashola, things were really galvanized in Lagos. They set up Last Verb, Lagos State Vocational Education Board, under Fashola. I did training for over 2,000 plumbers, refresher training, making them understand the need for standards and all of those things, And he did the same thing in all technical schools in Lagos. Ekpe, Badagry, Ikorodu, inside Lagos, yeah. Alimosho, yes, right? But it didn't grow as it should grow. By now, we would have an army of trainers. Under that program, I became a certified assessor of skills. Right? So, these things are not rocket science. They've been done by others before. So, we need an army of trainers. We need to build trainers. Not classroom, polytechnic, thing. An army of people who are practitioners, who have a curriculum. We spread them across the country. There are men. I've trained female plumbers. I have female plumbers here in Lagos.
Commit to that, but
I have female plumbers. So what we need is a deliberate building up of an army of trainers. Right? Once you give a 6-month program to that exercise. Keep preparing trainers. Keep preparing trainers. Where are we going to get the people who are going to train them from? We are going to have to bring in experts, expatriates, right? People who have done this thing before. People who run, schools where these things. So when we set up a school, we set up a school with the right equipment. If I tell you the things I've seen, the wastes that I've experienced, facilities set up with the wrong equipment, because I can't.
All right, sir. So I would like to ask now, which industry or sector I need rather most of skilled workers or skilled talents today, and which industry do you think we need to set up to accommodate new sets of skilled talent?
Every industry first has to be built. So the construction industry is in dire need of trained workforce. Our roads don't last because the people who are doing it don't understand what they are doing. They're just mixing and going ahead.
What about the civil engineers in the universities?
Now, how many? So you see, you have to understand how many civil engineers are overseeing the work that the civil engineer is not going to oversee the carpenter. The civil engineer is not going to oversee the plumber. The civil engineer is not going to oversee the electrician. So all of these things require, that's why we have the people. People have gone through university. I finished architecture school. I had to be admitted into the Nigerian Institute of Architects. The same thing in other NIQS and all that stuff, right? So I now ground my training in university through practice, and then I sit for a professional practice exam under the Nigerian Institute of Architects that now gives me a certificate that permits me to work as an architect in Nigeria. So all of this, now if you go to most project sites, the same way you are unwilling to engage me to do your plumbing work, for instance, I beg you, your money too much. Let me look for Baba Jami, right? It's the same way, rather than employ a certified engineer, look for an engineering student and put him on site to oversee workmen. Workmen who have been working for the last 15 years. When he tells them, say, okay, take your time, I will burn you for here. And then he doesn't do anything. So, when regulation, right? You go to a site, where's the architect? Where's your NIA certificate? You don't have. Out. Engineer, are you registered with Nigerian Society of Engineers, or are you registered with Current? Where are you registered? Nowhere. Out. Plumber, where are you? Where's your certificate? Nowhere. Out. Shut down the building. Sadly, those who should oversee these things I've just enumerated also have employed people who do not have the right qualifications.
Now we're moving towards the solution. I want to also ask, because I know some of these artisans, they belong to different societies, associations. You hear them say they must pay dues. If they don't pay dues, they come and raid your workshop and all that. So then I begin to look, what are the benefits they are actually enjoying from these associations? What are the associations doing to educate, equip, and also protect their interest?
Hardly anything other than the leeway to work. There are no trainings. There are no courses. Call any workman, any artisan, any in any trade, and ask him, have you gone through any training? All he did was apprenticeship. Have you done any refresher, anything? You won't find. So the associations are, unfortunately, been set up as a feeding bottle for those at the helm of affairs. That's why a change in leadership of those associations is rare. Because free money, once you have access to free money, it's difficult to let go. Which is where government is important. It is government that sets standards. It is government that holds people accountable for meeting those standards. And when you don't meet those standards, there's consequence. Sadly, in Nigeria, we have a society where there is no consequence for wrongdoing. No consequence. One of my workers was picked up by the police last night that he was on the street at 1 a.m. So what if he's on the street? How is that your business? He's on the street. Picked him up at 1 a.m. Now, I've paid close to 100,000 to get him released. For doing what? For doing nothing. So, those who commit, you cannot work in the UK, for instance. You cannot work in Dubai. In fact, you cannot work in Benin Republic if you do not have a certificate for the trade that you say you are practicing. You can't. You can't. You know, so we have what we call trade tests in Nigeria. unfortunately, trade test 1, 2, 3, right? I can walk to a trade test center now. I pay, they issue me the 3 certificates without doing anything.
Exactly.
No. So, leadership of the country is the only recourse because I can't enforce on any site any of these things that I've mentioned. It is only government. LAPSCA, for instance, right? They go to a site, call me this person, call me this person, call me this person, call me this person, non-existent. You shut down the project. Then everybody sits up and takes notice. Now, once you begin to insist on those standards, then people will, of course, begin to look for ways to empower the people that they need to employ. You employ somebody, say, if I train him now, 2 years from now, he will run away. So what's the big deal? You employ another person, and is it tied to your apron string because you trained him? No. Did he provide you service while he was in training with, while he was working with you? Yes. Accept that, move on. Get the next group of people, train them. So government, I've told you, government, National Orientation Agency, traditional rulers, down to the most village heads, the oldest man in the village. I'm not even talking about chiefs. So small communities that have elders. Let's see how we can get them to galvanize people to understand that when you work, you earn more than sitting in an office. Now, practical example, because at the end of it all is money, right? So practical example. How much does a receptionist earn typically? 100,000? That would be a very lucky receptionist, right? 100,000. But my plumber, for instance, earns 15,000 naira a day, right? So if he works for 10 days in a month, he has earned 150,000. Now, there are 24 working days in a month.
That's 450 a month or thereabouts.
$500,000 in a month, right?
Wow.
So why would he even think of going to sit down in an office? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, that is if he gets work every day.
Every day.
Now, this is where ethics come in. He's recognized as a diligent, honest worker. So every time a company has work, they call him. And he can be on that project for 45 days at a stretch, right? And in some instances, because of the delicate nature of the job, his income could even go up to 20,000 naira a month per day, right? So, what is hindering people? What they think of you as carpenter. When I came home from the office, working in Diamond Bank, and I told my wife that I'm going to train as a plumber. It was war. I didn't marry a plumber, I married an architect. Right? This is 19 years ago, right? But see, I couldn't find where to train locally.
Okay.
Right? So I trained online.
Online.
It cost me over £1,000 in 2006 to train as a plumber online. And then I started to do the work, getting my fingers burnt. Now, the Bible says, by reason of use, I become perfect. I tell my trainees, everybody makes mistakes. What a mistake says to you is that this is not the right way. The tragedy is if you continue to repeat it, then it's deliberate. Forget about whether we are wasting material. The key is to know that this is wrong, this is right. Once you have known the right way, it's smooth sailing thereafter, right? Now, as they are doing the practical period, I'm paying them. They are earning. As they are practicing, they are earning. Or 2 area boys, my first set of trainees, 2 area boys from Alaka here, right? One has worked in Kazakhstan. He has worked in Italy. He has worked in Netherlands. He has built a house in Abuja. Plumber. Area boy that had zero future. So we must talk about this more so that parents will see the value. If you leave Nigeria as an artisan, you earn more than anybody who sits down in an office. Now, if you call me that you have a plumbing problem, for instance, you pay me a call-out charge.
A call-out charge?
Yes. Let me explain. I am coming to your house. Who will pay my transport? Who should pay my transport?
It should be induced
No.
into your total charges.
So what if the project doesn't get off the ground at all?
Yeah.
So you have to pay for my transport to come to your house.
Which is sort of like a consultation fee.
No, it's not a consultation fee. It's my transport. It's my transport.
Transportation.
My transport.
From consultation.
See, I am coming. That's my transport to come and return to my house, right? My time that I'm spending to come and go, you pay. Then, when I finish the inspection and give you a report, now that's consultation, you pay. So there are 3 things that you are paying for. My transport, my time, and my knowledge. Now, this is what happens in sane climes. The time I spend in coming to your house, I should be doing a job that will earn me money. So why should I come to your house? Or what benefit is it to me to come to your house? None. Am I right?
Yes.
Am I right?
Now let's take it to the next level before we go. Instead of you going over to the person's house, let's see how we can use technology to bridge this gap. Do you see a situation whereby the person can make consultations online?
So you see, the artisan is solving a physical problem.
Definitely.
Right?
Yes.
It's not a verbal thing. The things you can resolve online are things that are verbal. Right? The things that require intervention means person has to come over. Now, I have a leak detector. Right? A leak detector will tell me where the leak in the wall is, where the pipe is leaking in the wall, right? So once I come, I put it on, I say, that's the point. We open it, we fix it, and we go, right? In 1 hour, 1 hour and a half hours, I'm done. And then I tell you that your bill is 45,000. You say, for what? Or what did you do that I'm paying 45,000 naira for? I say, okay, no problem. Don't worry. I'm not going to use my leak detector. Let's start breaking the wall from where the wall is wet and start looking for where the leak is. You will have by the time I finish, you will need a bricklayer to come and repair the wall. You will need a painter to come and paint the wall.
Yes.
You need a tiler to come and retile. And suddenly you find that you spend 75,000. So which is cheaper? So, see, technology is an accelerator. It's not a solution. It's an accelerator of the process to save time. Because the only thing of real value you have is time.
Thank you very much.
I know we don't want to run
in less than 30 seconds.
In 1 minute, women in vocational field, some of them are being neglected. Or let me not use the word neglected, they are being
marginalized.
someone who wants to go into electrical work, you tell me that it is not for women, it is for men. But this person has what it takes. This is the person's interest. I want to go into, like, I love the fact when he said that you have trained women in plumbing, so they can actually do the work. But when you tell the average person out there that I'm a plumber as a woman, there is this kind of look that
condescending
comes. You
look.
understand, like, what are you doing there? So how come those vocations where that are male dominated and women actually want to go in there? Well, how do we ensure that women succeed?
So let me ask you
in a minute, sir.
Yes. Is there anything that's not male dominated? Driving cabs is male dominated, but there are female cab drivers, right? So you choose what you want to do for yourself and let every other person be damned. That's all. You're not here to satisfy the whims of anybody. You have the vision and the passion to do this. I told you I couldn't find where to train in Nigeria. I could have then thrown my hands up in the air and said, well, I tried, I couldn't. No, I looked abroad and I found and I trained, and here I'm still in Nigeria. So I offer scholarships to females who want to train as plumbers.
Whoa, that's a good news. That's a good news, really.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ovie Benite. I wish we had more time. I really wanted to really pick your brain. I've really enjoyed this particular segment. This particular discussion has been an eye-opener. It has been educative, informative, and I'm really glad. I thank you for sparing our time to come and even educate us, not to even talk about the listeners and the viewers. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I will definitely bring you back again.
I pray so, because this is something that is on the burner. Fire can't be allowed to go down.
Definitely. Vocational education is more than training. It is empowerment. It is the bridge between potential and opportunity, between Africa's young population and the future they deserve. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you next time as we continue to ask the big questions shaping Africa's future. Take care.
And I am Umevi Idolo. Many thanks for watching.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out to get married. So we were like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get a shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than yourself. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy Love family name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I was going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit tight. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, all the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time from the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was getting do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at me like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And well, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will beg me, the top fashion designers there, when they are Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, And I did all the magazines, I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working or make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die, you understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them was, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. We could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, we're going to do this. I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually have the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as finance and strategy director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyemika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyemika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata. the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, a Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got executive management education certification in finance and business administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison & Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you learn what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person, today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay, you spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know, HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. You know, your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyemika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyemika, which was set up by Freedom Foundation, she's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyemika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyemika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyemika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyemika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well. To your best, you know. Ms. Aoshika talked about it. To the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, talked about it. I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth
it. Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next. as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes. Is it my family or the wider family? Like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had this agreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was a commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a second-class offer, proud of her. She's now curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. But I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they've made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in this House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souk News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Let's begin with today's top stories. Shettima urges investors to tap Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity, assures on economic reforms. Apapa Customs to receive 3 new scanners, boost cargo checks to 200 containers hourly. Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger quit International Criminal Court, denounce it as neo-colonial repression tool. UK export orders drop at fastest pace in 5 months amid weak global demand and trade tensions. Dembele wins 2025 Ballon d'Or after stellar season, firing PSG to historic treble triumph. Vice President Kashim Shettima has urged global investors to seize Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity while assuring them of the government's broader economic reforms. Speaking at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, where he represented President Bola Tinubu, Vice President Shettima stressed that the country's clean energy drive offers vast prospects for long-term reforms, job creation, and industrial expansion. He explained that Nigeria's transition plan was not only about climate commitments, but also about economic transformation, noting that the country's youthful population, vast natural resources, and expanding markets make it one of the most attractive destinations for investment. According to him, reforms in finance, infrastructure, and governance are designed to remove bottlenecks, boost competitiveness, and unlock private sector-led growth. His Excellency added that Nigeria was committed to ensuring transparency and consistency in its policies, particularly in energy and finance. He urged investors to see the country as a reliable partner in driving global sustainable development, while emphasizing that investment in Nigeria means investment in Africa's future. Lawmakers from across Africa gathered in Abuja on Monday to discuss strategies for halting annual revenue losses, estimated at $587 billion, a challenge the African Development Bank highlighted in May this year. The discussions took center stage at the 8th Conference of the African Network of Parliamentary Budget Officers, which opened at the Abuja Continental Hotel. The Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, in his keynote address described the meeting as timely, stressing that Africa could not afford to continue losing resources to unchecked capital flight. He urged participants to focus on strengthening fiscal frameworks and adopting effective legislation that would improve transparency and block leakages across the continent. Abbas emphasized that robust parliamentary oversight and collaboration among African nations were crucial in protecting public resources and ensuring sustainable development. Delegates at the conference agreed that tackling revenue leakages would enhance economic stability, reduce dependence on external borrowing, and boost the continent's capacity to finance key infrastructure and social services. The federal government has revived the cassava flour policy, mandating that 20% cassava flour be blended into wheat-based products, a move aimed at reducing import dependence and supporting local farmers. The policy, first introduced in 2002 but poorly enforced over the years, is being reactivated under the current administration as part of efforts to cut Nigeria's multi-billion-dollar annual wheat import bill. Officials say the renewed implementation will strengthen the agricultural value chain, create jobs, and enhance food security. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, explained that the cassava substitution program will also stimulate industrial demand for cassava, benefiting millions of farmers across producing states. He added that government is working with millers, bakers, and research institutions to ensure product quality and market acceptance. Analysts believe successful enforcement could save Nigeria over $2 billion annually on wheat imports while boosting domestic cassava production. The government said monitoring mechanisms will be put in place to guarantee compliance by processors and bakeries. The Nigeria Customs Service NCS Apapa Port Command is set to significantly boost cargo clearance capacity with the expected arrival of 3 brand-new scanners, which will enable the command to examine 200 containers per hour. The development marks a major step towards faster cargo handling and reduced delays at Nigeria's busiest seaport. Disclosing the plan in Lagos yesterday, the area controller of the Apapa Command, Comptroller Oluwadare Oshoba, said the deployment of the scanners would transform port operations and enhance trade facilitation. According to him, the new system will not only fast-track clearance but also improve efficiency, transparency, and revenue generation for government. Oshoba urged port stakeholders and users to prepare for a more seamless cargo examination process, stressing that the service was determined to align with global best practices. He assured importers, exporters, and logistics operators that the improved system would reduce human interference, curb corruption, and strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in international trade. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has asked petroleum marketers to update their payments to reflect current ex-depot prices, ensuring that fuel loading matches prevailing market rates. NNPC spokesperson Andy Ode explained that marketers who prefer not to adjust can request immediate refunds, a process already underway to keep transactions transparent and contracts fully honored. The move follows NNPC's ongoing efforts to maintain a stable supply chain and financial sustainability in Nigeria's deregulated downstream sector. Independent marketers have welcomed continued dialogue with the company, while urging faster clearance of outstanding loading tickets to ease liquidity and strengthen nationwide distribution. Industry analysts view the payment top-up policy as a sign of a more responsive and market-driven energy framework. By aligning product pricing with real-time market conditions and supporting refinery assessments such as the new Port Harcourt initiative, NNPC aims to boost investor confidence, enhance efficiency, and ensure long-term energy security for the country. Lagos State has expanded its landmass from 3,577 to 4,050 square kilometers through extensive reclamation of wetlands and lagoon areas, underscoring the state's ambitious push to manage rapid urbanization and population growth. Officials say the reclamation projects are part of a broader urban renewal strategy aimed at creating new residential, commercial and industrial zones to ease pressure on existing infrastructure. By reclaiming land from the lagoon and wetlands, the state hopes to boost housing supply, attract private investment and enhance resilience against flooding. Experts, however, have warned that the reclamation must be balanced with strong environmental safeguards to prevent long-term ecological damage. Lagos, Africa's most popular city with over 20 million residents, continues to face housing shortages, congested transport networks, and climate-related risks such as rising sea levels. The expansion highlights Lagos' determination to position itself as a competitive megacity, even as urban planners call for sustainable measures to ensure that growth does not compromise environmental sustainability and the well-being of future generations. This is the World News on Souk News Television. We'll be right back.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumbambani used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Winds and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 44 corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there. developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility, respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors, respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Army Towers and Army International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still listening to World News on Souk News Television. The military-led governments of Mali, Burkina Faso and Niger have jointly announced their withdrawal from the International Criminal Court, ICC, describing the tribunal as a tool of neo-colonial repression. The declaration, made in a statement published on Monday, deepens the region's growing political and diplomatic isolation. It also underscores the dramatic shift in West Africa's Sahel, which has witnessed a coup since between 2020 and 2023, resulting in the emergence of juntas that are increasingly turning away from Western alliances. The 3 countries, which already withdrew from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, earlier this year, said their ICC exit was driven by what they consider selective justice targeting African leaders. Their move echoes long-standing criticisms across the continent that the Hague-based court disproportionately prosecutes Africans while ignoring alleged crimes by Western powers. President Felix Tshisekedi said Congo welcomes U.S. mediation in ending conflict with Rwanda, but stressed the country will not auction its mineral resources. Instead, he emphasized building value chains, infrastructure, and energy development to secure long-term national benefits. He highlighted Congo's strategic partnership with China and ongoing talks with a similar deal with the U.S., aiming to attract investment while retaining sovereignty. These agreements, he added, are designed to drive sustainable industrialization and inclusive growth. On peace talks, Tshisekedi pointed to progress on prisoner exchanges and stressed that lasting stability will unlock greater opportunities for investment and development. Oil prices eased as Iraq and the Kurdish regional government agreed to restart crude exports via Turkey, restoring about 230,000 barrels per day and improving supply stability. The move signals renewed cooperation between Baghdad and Erbil after more than a year of stalled exports. The resumption of pipeline flows is seen as a breakthrough that strengthens cooperation between Baghdad and Erbil, while also supporting global energy security. Market watchers believe this step could encourage further regional partnerships in energy infrastructure. Despite short-term price pressure, experts note that geopolitical risk and sanctions could limit oversupply, while demand from developing economies continue to provide long-term growth prospects for the oil sector. This outlook suggests resilience for producers even amid ongoing market volatility. Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh has called for more housing construction to address surging real estate costs that have made homes unaffordable for many citizens. The move aims to stabilize the property market while easing pressure on households in major cities. Chinh pledged to cut costs and simplify regulations for developers, while instructing the central bank to design affordable loan policies for buyers. Authorities also plan to accelerate social housing projects to support low-income earners. Officials believe boosting housing supply will help control inflation, reduce asset bubble risk, and support sustainable economic growth. With non-performing loans under control, the government sees the room for responsible credit expansion to back housing demand. Taiwan's export orders rose 19.5% in August from a year earlier to $60.02 billion, beating forecast of 13%, driven by rising demand for technology products, including artificial intelligence and high-performance computing. The Ministry of Economic Affairs said orders are expected to grow between 19% and 22.7% in September, with strong momentum from the year-end holiday season in Western markets, despite global trade uncertainties. Orders from the United States climbed 33.6%, while demand from China slipped to 0.7%, and Europe fell 0.3%. Telecoms and electronics led the growth, rising 20.6% and 39.5% respectively. Senior Chinese negotiator Ling Shenghang met U.S. Midwest leaders in Beijing, with talks focused on deepening agricultural trade and strengthening commercial cooperation. The dialogue highlighted opportunities for closer supply chain integration between the two economies. China, the world's largest soybean buyer, is expected to expand imports from the Midwest as both sides seek balanced trade growth and greater market stability. This move could strengthen food security and support farmers on both continents. U.S. Ambassador David Perdue said negotiations on Boeing aircraft and farm goods were progressing well, signaling potential breakthroughs that could support jobs and investment. Such outcomes are expected to boost confidence and foster long-term trade resilience. China is moving to position itself as custodian of foreign sovereign gold reserves in a strategic push to expand its influence in the global bullion market. According to people familiar with the matter, the People's Bank of China is leveraging the Shanghai Gold Exchange to encourage central banks of friendly nations to buy and store gold within Chinese borders. The initiative, which has been underway for months, is part of China's broader effort to consolidate its role as a dominant player in the international gold trade. At least one Southeast Asian country has already shown interest, highlighting the potential traction of the proposal. Discussions remain private, but they reflect China's ambition to secure deeper financial ties with allied economies. By offering storage for foreign reserves, China seeks to build credibility as a trusted gold hub while challenging the long-established dominance of Western vaults. If successful, the move will not only bolster China's global clout, but also shift the balance of reserve management in the international financial system. British export orders fell at the fastest pace in 5 months, reflecting weakening global demand amid ongoing trade tensions. According to provisional data from S&P Global's Purchasing Managers Index, the measure dropped to 51 in September from a one-year high of 53.5 in August. Although the reading stayed above the 50 threshold that signals growth, it fell short of the 53 expected by economists. Analysts link the decline to slowing orders following the tariff measures announced earlier in the year by the United States President Donald Trump, which have weighed heavily on United Kingdom trade performance. The report signals growing pressure on British manufacturers already battling softer global conditions and heightened competition. The setback raises concerns about the resilience of the export sector, which remains a key pillar, for the country's economic recovery amid fragile domestic growth. Germany's business activity expanded in September at its fastest pace in 16 months, with the Composite Purchasing Managers Index climbing to 52.4 from 50.5 in August. The rebound was driven largely by the services sector, marking 4 consecutive months of growth for Europe's largest economy. The services index jumped to 52.5, its highest in 8 months, signaling renewed strength in areas such as finance and hospitality. However, the manufacturing index slipped to 48.5, reflecting weaker demand at home and abroad. Still, the positive momentum in services provided a strong buffer for overall growth. Economists noted rising inflationary pressures with cost and output charges climbing, but stressed that resilience in services continue to support the broader economy. Business expectations remain cautious, yet the September data highlights Germany's capacity to maintain stability while navigating global economic challenges. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, World News will be right back.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, at the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square, standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843. It honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't do music much time. So they used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
Welcome back. It is still World News on Souk News Television. The European Union has announced another one-year delay in the rollout of its anti-deforestation law, which is designed to restrict imports of commodities such as palm oil, soy, beef, and cocoa linked to forest destruction. Environment Commissioner Jessica Roswell confirmed the decision, citing technical challenges in managing the heavy data load required for the new information technology system that will enforce compliance. The law, initially postponed once due to strong opposition from industry groups and trade partners, including Brazil, Indonesia, and the United States, is now set back further to allow adjustments. Roswell emphasized that the delay is not politically motivated, but rather a safeguard against potential disruptions to European businesses and supply chains if the system is launched prematurely. She explained that the European Commission will engage with the European Parliament and member states to finalize the new timeline. The extended preparation period is expected to give industries time to adapt and regulators room to strengthen oversight, ensuring the law can effectively balance sustainability goals with trade and business continuity. Divisions could overshadow policy support. European shoppers are reducing household spending and shifting away from United States products as trade tensions escalate. A new European Central Bank survey shows. The report highlights that President Donald Trump's tariffs are weighing on consumer confidence and reshaping purchasing patterns across the Eurozone. According to the findings, about 1/4 of households have deliberately moved away from American goods, while 16% reported cutting their overall spending. The European Central Bank noted that the trade dispute is significantly affecting the behavior and expectations of consumers, underscoring the growing economic strain caused by the cross-border tariffs. The reduced demand signals potential long-term impacts on transatlantic trade, with European retailers already facing pressure from shifting consumer sentiment. Policymakers warn that sustained uncertainty could slow growth further amplifying challenges for businesses and households in the region. China secured at least 10 cargoes of Argentine soybeans after Buenos Aires suspended grain export taxes, a move that boosts competitiveness and strengthens Argentina's role in global food supply chains. The tax relief has allowed Argentine farmers to quickly access international buyers, with shipments of around 65,000 tons each scheduled for November, underscoring the country's potential to expand market share. Analysts say the short-term measure highlights how flexible trade policies can attract new demand, while also encouraging investment in agriculture and positioning South America as a vital supplier for global food security. Paris Saint-Germain forward Ousmane Dembele has been crowned the 2025 Ballon d'Or winner, securing football's most prestigious individual award at a glittering ceremony in Paris on Monday night. The French winger capped off a phenomenal 2024-25 season in which he netted 35 goals and registered 16 assists across all competitions. His consistent brilliance was pivotal to PSG's historic treble-winning campaign. Dembele played a decisive role as Paris Saint-Germain clinched their first ever UEFA Champions League crown, overcoming Inter Milan in the final. He also spearheaded the club's successful Ligue 1 title defense and their Coupe de France triumph, cementing his place as one of the world's football's elite talents. The 28-year-old urged past strong contenders, including Barcelona duo Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, and also Liverpool talisman Mohamed Salah, to claim the prize. His win makes him the first French player since Karim Benzema in 2022 to lift the coveted trophy, sparking celebrations across France and among PSG supporters worldwide. Meanwhile, Barcelona forward Lamine Yamal has etched his name in football history by winning the Copa Trophy for the second consecutive year. The 18-year-old was crowned at the 69th Ballon d'Or ceremony held at Théâtre du Châtelet in Paris on Monday, becoming the first player ever to retain the France Football Award since its creation in 2018. The Copa Trophy recognizes the world's best footballer under the age of 21. Yamal's rise has been nothing short of remarkable. He turned 18 in July, but delivered already a stellar 2024-25 season for Barcelona under new manager Hansi Flick. Across 55 appearances, the teenager scored 18 goals and provided 21 assists, driving the Catalan Giants to a domestic treble of La Liga, Copa del Rey, and Supercopa de España titles. His maturity and consistent brilliance have not only secured him individual accolades, but also positioned him as one of the brightest talents in world football. Barcelona fans are now hailing him as the first of the next golden era. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of today's top stories. Vice President Shettima urges investors to tap Nigeria's $200 billion energy transition opportunity, assures on economic reforms. Apapa Customs to receive 3 new scanners boosts cargo checks to 200 containers hourly. Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger quit International Criminal Court, denounce it as neo-colonial repression tool. UK export orders drop at fastest pace in 5 months amid weak global demand and trade tensions. Dembele wins 2025 Ballon d'Or after stellar season, firing PSG to historic treble triumph. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all social media platforms at Souk News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Interest in Nigerian Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1-hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have a copy of the answer that I submitted online that day, and that is my manifesto. So every month every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria. Because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and he won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas. They come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with universities. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking will take me 4 years to achieve. Actually, we got it done in 2 years. And is one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They do usually to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays. They come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or a comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souk Perspective. Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer-turned-banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Iboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just do a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it. and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. You see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have the structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, as well as under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. also goes to do. It also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. Because they got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than they tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicalities of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you're giving them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have 1 or 2 of them in America that are sound. They're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alarmalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about National Sports Institute, you go to Australia and other countries, and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. Is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers are a disgrace. The supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-actualization. What do I get from this? It's all about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You'll never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and elect them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. They don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand it? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand? So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can prefer solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that would do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a good athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You put in a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, we're the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked. Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. You need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most, Nigerian referees, do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of